Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Quern. Now at the very beginning of the game, that would be on Monday's stream, we were kidnapped. Strange though it may sound, although I don't think we were ever precisely sure about what the circumstances were since we came out of a teleporter. Since then, we've been finding letters that have been telling us about the world we find ourselves in. And we've been solving puzzles, trying to work things out. So, I think probably the first thing we should do is just go through our letters again, because there weren't that many, and I seem to remember they were quite important to solving some of the puzzles we've done already. Plus they give a lot of background. So, let's begin with that. Oh, I wonder if there's only 14 letters in the entire game. If that's the case, that implies that I'm actually more than halfway through, which would be surprising. Anyway, where was I?
Welcome. I am Professor William Maythorn. Although I bear responsibility for trapping you in this world, I have no intention of harming you in any way. As a matter of fact, you should consider yourself lucky, for I wish to share all my knowledge with you. I will grant you the opportunity to study all of my discoveries and examine my wondrous creations. Eventually, I will require your assistance in an essential matter. You must cooperate with me, for you have no reason or chance to resist.
So he seems quite confident in his position. Having kidnapped us, he seems as though he feels that was the right thing to do.
When I set foot in this island, I was an enthusiastic archaeologist in search for the remains of an ancient civilization, the Dulmar. In manuscripts, they refer to this place as the Forbidden World. They called it Quern. To simplify it, by the right of the explorer, I gave this island a new name, Quern. I soon realized that this world means much more than an archaeological site, and my interests expanded. To make you understand the extraordinary nature of this island, and to clarify my deeds for you, I left a series of letters around the island.
So this is the way he communicates. I've just noticed, I think that's the second mistake in his English I've noticed so far. It says when I set foot in this island. I'm pretty sure that should be when I set foot on this island. And previously he said, you must cooperate with me for you have no reason or chance to resist. I'm pretty sure that should be no opportunity to resist or no ability to resist. Chance just sounds odd to my ear anyway.
I prepared for your arrival for decades. The only thing you need to do is to climb the stairs I've built. This is the place where my journey began, where I became truly aware of the unbelievable power this island possesses. I was rather curious back then, so eager to discover and learn. My mind was so clear and naive. I miss those times. Your journey must also begin here. I need you to inspect my studies and understand the basic utilities of these crystals. I've put an empty notebook right next to this letter. Feel free to take notes and draw sketches for yourself.
Right, when he says climb the stairs, I wonder if that's supposed to be entirely metaphorical or not. If we go back to the starting area, do they just call it the square? This area. Let's check the map. The main square. There is of course this tower here, and I'm fairly certain with this puzzle here we're working towards having a bridge make contact with it, or possibly causing it to lower. That would also make sense. But having looked at it, I don't see any evidence of there being stairs there. So yes, he probably meant it metaphorically. As far as I'm aware, this is the most distant puzzle solution that we are currently aware of, or I expressed that poorly, didn't I? It's the most distant puzzle that we need to solve that we are currently aware of. Right, let's carry on.
Through my geological research, I discovered that one of the island's most common endemic minerals can be used as a weak but consistent energy source. To test out their limits, I started to construct simple mechanisms designed to harness the power of these natural energy crystals.
That's right, we have access to 3 types of crystals now. We have an orange torch, and the most interesting thing about this, that we currently know of, is that it can be used to power things, and it can even be used to power things remotely. There was a lighthouse we gained access to towards the beginning of our last stream, and we were able to, using a lens, shine the light coming from the orange torch on certain receivers to make things operate. We also have this blue torch, which is very interesting. The blue torch, so far as we're aware right now, has the primary function of revealing invisible ink. And we most recently required this red crystal, which is not in a torch, but in some form of receptacle which can slot into place, and this provides a great deal of heat. We've used it on a couple of occasions to start fires.
Through my geological research, I discovered that one of the island's most common endemic minerals can be used as a weak but consistent energy source. It's time you learn the truth about this island. As you probably noticed by now, this world has no day-night cycle, nor weather changes at all. In fact, the whole concept of time has a different meaning in this place. For one who stays in this world, the relative time in other worlds appears static or fixed. This incredibly powerful phenomenon also prevents the aging of living tissue. When I realized this, I was eager to find out what kind of eternal source gives Quern this extraordinary power. It made me forget the task I originally came here for. The archaeological exploration of the Dulmerian city has become irrelevant.
Time, commander of all things. So yeah, that seems to broadly check out with our experiences, although as we have discussed before, the whole concept of this place having no time or having time seems a little bit inconsistent. Certain things are most definitely doable, which you wouldn't think would be possible without time. But on the other hand, there are other things that certainly don't behave the way you'd expect in the real world.
This shore is special to me. The physical work I used to do here helped me calm my restless mind. Besides preventing the natural decline of organisms, the phenomenon also eliminates any need of nutrition. This means that despite the dry weather, the trees and bushes around here could easily be millions of years old. As I realized that time is no longer an obstacle, I had the opportunity to learn and perfect all of my artisan skills. This is the very place where I became a craftsman. After mastering blacksmithing and carpentry, I started to practice more advanced mechanical engineering.
Artisan of my fate, and that of several others. Now, where he says here that the phenomenon eliminates any need of nutrition, I wonder if that catches up with you. I wonder if once you leave this place, you suddenly become extremely fatigued, or possibly even die. I have no real way of knowing either way at present, but something to think about. And this is the shore that he was referring to in the letter we just read. Oh yeah, there was that ladder we needed to repair. This is where we found that letter. This is where he seems to have been practicing blacksmithing and carpentry, among other things.
I hope you enjoyed the ride. Unfortunately, the boat was only designed to get you here. This is the place where I dive deeper into learning about the vegetation of the island. Though herbology and chemistry were far from my original expertise, by studying the experiments, recipes, and manuscripts of the Dulmarians, I had everything I needed to master these arts. At the time, I thought the opportunity this place offered me was a blessing. I was a wanderer back then, who always enjoyed being alone. I've never been a people person. Though I was undoubtedly on my own, sometimes I had the strange feeling that someone or something was watching me.
Ominous. Learn each field of study according to its kind.
I hope you enjoyed the ride.
Sorry. So we discovered that letter in the location over here, which is probably where we are going to need to continue from. I imagine there's more puzzles to be solved over here. Specifically the letter was over there, but it was in this part of this larger area.
I often visited these gardens to relax and to admire the beauty of nature. The Dulmarians already separated and named all of the native herbs. I decided to keep their original names. You're probably wondering why all of these plants are dry, considering the unique attributes of the island. The truth is, they cannot wither naturally here, so I had to weaken them myself. It was necessary in order to force you to follow the path I've laid out for you. To be able to proceed, it is essential to find a way to revitalize these herbs. There's no reason to be worried. Just barely, but they are alive.
I forgot about that bit. So not only has he kidnapped us and left us on this island with a view to us having to discover our way off of it, but as he's pointed out, he has actively hindered us in some ways. So yes. So that's all the letters. I think broadly speaking, I remember where I am now. Although I must admit, I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to be doing next. I remember the very last thing I did was rejuvenate the herbs, like he suggested. So, this area which, well, all these plants originally had not been in a healthy state at all. Now they are. And we also have an item, I believe, this item, which allows us to collect specimens from plants. So that's definitely something that we couldn't do before and we can do now, but I'm not entirely sure why we would want to at this precise moment. Now, did I take some pictures of those? I did. Obviously that's the names of the different herbs alongside their pictures, so in theory I can identify them all now. That would only be useful if we had something written down though. If, for example, we found a recipe which had their names but not their pictures. Is there any hidden text here? I'm wondering what the point of this is. Like, it looks like some red paint that's just been slapped along... slapped down along this piece of paper, but I just... And there's some more here. But given that this is important information, I don't think this is an accident. I think there is something intended to be communicated here. Ooh! There is hidden text. But yes, I think there's something trying to be communicated there, I just don't know what it is. Right, what is this? Are those the names of the plants in the first column? I realise this obviously isn't the Roman alphabet, but if, as a mnemonic, we say that's Tse Zen, or something like that. Yes, indeed. Okay. I'm trying to remember, how do I take a picture? Like that, I believe. Good. Good. I have a copy of that. There's a way I can zoom in as well, isn't there? Indeed I can. Now, I believe the terms at the top, these were chemicals we found in the chemistry lab. Let's double check, since it's just over here. I believe that's what these are. Indeed. But one of them's missing. The red's missing. That doesn't seem like a coincidence, does it? The fact that we keep finding some red paint-like substance about, and the fact that the red chemical specifically is the one that's missing. Ah, this is probably trying to tell me how I make this. Or maybe this... No, that's what this is trying to tell me, isn't it? I suppose I'm supposed to read it by columns. So if I want to make this substance, then I need these proportions of these plants, I would assume. Let's suppose for the moment that that's correct, since we have no way to verify it. If that were correct, why would that matter? What is the advantage in getting a hold of some of this red stuff? What's the red stuff called? Is that taxes? Again, I know it's not the Roman alphabet, but at least for now I need to give it some sort of name. Yes. Is there a recipe written down over here that uses it? Yes, actually, this recipe does. Although I don't know what this is for. It's very interesting that there's white crystals here, though. There is actually a white crystal related puzzle that we already know about. So let's review that quickly. So the first thing to be aware of is that this mechanism that we've exposed, which I can only assume is to gain access to this tower. I don't actually know that, but based on its positioning, that seems reasonable. This mechanism requires us to insert a lock, I suppose it's a key, isn't it? This is the lock. It requires us to insert a key into each of these very specifically shaped locks. We've already acquired the first one, but the we have yet to acquire the second two. Now, if we go round this way... Oh yeah, there's these areas in here that in theory we should have access to at some point, I assume. They look like they should be entranceways, but we haven't found a way in yet. There's two of those that I know of. Anyway, that's not what I was going to... that's not what I was coming over here to show. There's another one of the keys in here. And it's actually inside this white crystal. And, well, up till now it's been a bit of a mystery how we get to the key. But now I'm wondering if perhaps that recipe we could see is used in some way to dissolve or destroy the white crystal. I realise that's a bit of a leap, but if that's not it, then I don't know what the recipe is for. Hello, Foa Hexaran. It's lovely to see you again. How are you? Also, apologies if I'm butchering your name again. So, another good question is, let us suppose that this recipe is in some way involved in getting through that crystal. Which I know we don't know, but let's suppose it is. How would I even make this? Is it just a matter of putting it together in this big pot? Probably. Do I have a way of extracting this stuff? I think I can use the pitcher for that. Well, I don't have any other leads. So aside from just trying this and seeing what happens, I'm not sure what else we'd be doing. Foa says, I'm good, just waiting for dinner. Ooh, are you having anything nice? If you don't mind my asking. Do you want to know a thing that you did last time that you most likely did not even realise afterwards? Oh, just pizza. Nice pizza? That depends how spoilery it is, I suppose. I could get you a clip if you want. Okay, here's my question. Was it something I did that was necessary to do as part of solving a puzzle I've already solved? In which case I'm happy for you to tell me about it, because it's something that the game would assume I already know, and it may be a problem if I don't know it. Or if it's something if it's only going to be relevant later on, then I should probably have to rediscover it myself. That's what I think. No, just a one-time hint. Yeah, alright then. So what was I thinking? I was thinking I should start by trying to make this. The red. What do I need for that? Let's write this down, shall we? Of course, I'm assuming that is what this table is telling me. So to make taxes, as I shall be calling this until I actually know what its real name is. I need one of that. One of this. Two of these. I know I should probably be saying something more specific than just that and these, but again, it's not the Roman alphabet, and so some of these I wouldn't even know how to begin pronouncing. So 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, and then 1 Lico is the final one. You only get to see what happens once in the game. Oh, so that's why you wanted to send me a clip. Right, well it'd be a slight nuisance to look at the clip right this moment. So I'll probably do without now, but if I get stuck, then I can always look at that clip for a hint. Right, so I suppose I should be making sure I know what all the relevant ingredients are. I may be wrong, but I think there's one that's not listed here. I'll double check that in a second. It could be that whatever it is isn't a plant. Could be that I copied it down poorly. That's another distinct possibility. This one. Or it could be that it's an odd one out type situation. If there's exactly one plant that isn't mentioned, then we would therefore know by the process of elimination that must be the one which we're looking for. I just had a thought. Do you think all of these are just the plants crushed and prepared? If so, then I probably don't need to harvest the plant parts myself. Thank you, Foa. I do appreciate that. Right. Perhaps the easiest way to do this would be to remember them by colour, since they are reasonably well colour coded. There's some overlap, but not a lot. So the first one's a blue flower. Second one's a red mushroom. Sorry, that's the third one. The second one's the one I haven't identified yet. Third one is a red flower. And the final one is a purple tipped vine. I think that's the only one-time hint in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's good to know. Ah, this must be the apparatus I would use to obtain the essence of the different plants. So perhaps I am expected to use this then. That's got 6 different... I don't know what they are. I mean, I was about to say LEDs, but I certainly don't know that. But 6 different notches on it, going all the way up. I don't suppose the total of each column is 6, is it? 6, 6, 6, 6. It is. Ah! Okay, that makes sense. So yes, I probably am expected to gather the plant parts. And then, by combining them in here, that's how I get whichever of the products I'm looking for at the top. That would be my guess. Right. So as I said before, this one we haven't identified yet. I don't suppose it's identified in any of the letters, is it? If it were, it would probably be one of the last couple. I don't think so, no. Doesn't look that way. Alright, I'll just add to my notes then. I wrote down the descriptions of all of the plants in the recipe. But let me just do that again for every plant I know of. So that when I go into the other room next door, I can just go down my list of descriptions and try to find if there's one that isn't accounted for. If there's more than one that's not accounted for, then we have a problem. Right, that's a yellow mushroom. Oh, there is one missing. There's one missing right there. Ah, so I bet the puzzle is I just have to walk around until I find the missing sheet of paper, probably in the chemistry lab. But if it is in fact completely missing, that's not the end of the world, because like I say, we can just use the process of elimination, unless there was more than one on that sheet. Oh my goodness, I just noticed. That's a very pixelated shadow, isn't it? What a strange world. Right, so we have the yellow flower. Dinner's ready now, so I'll be AFK, still watching while I eat. That's alright, have a nice lurk. Orange and black leaf. Orange. Well, it's more grey, isn't it? Orange, grey leaf. And finally... purple tipped vine. Right, we've got all that recorded. So I propose the first order of business is to go to the chemistry lab. Actually, no, let's search the garden first to see if we can locate that missing page. If we can't, let's go to the chemistry lab. If we still can't locate the missing page, then I propose we just go through the garden one at a time, identifying what's what, and hopefully if there's only one item left, then we know it's the one we were looking for. They wouldn't stick it on a high up shelf, would they? That would be mean. Okay, I think it's reasonable to assume then that it's not here. I don't think I can turn this around. Oh, I can. No, I can't. No, I don't quite have that level of control. Alrighty then. So it's plan C. Go through the garden identifying things. I don't actually remember coming across a plant that looked like that one. Oh no, I do. I remember, that was the one I was calling a red mushroom, wasn't it? It must be more of a berry. Right, the yellow flower. We've encountered that one. Blue flower, encountered that one. The white flower. Is that the red flower? No, that's what I was calling the red flower, although now I look at it close up, it's more of a purplish red, isn't it? More of a pinky. So I think this one might be the one that's not been that's not recorded. Yes, I think that's everything. I think we've discovered everything that was written down, plus one more if I'm not mistaken. Let's just have a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we wrote 8 of them down. So let's add this to my notes quickly. So it's a red fern. I suppose I should put a little question mark there to denote the fact that we don't really know for certain that that's what it is. Actually, why don't I just try it, and if the recipe works and we know we have the right one. Alrighty then, I think we have everything we need. At least all the information we need. So we start with one blue flower. Oh, does that just go in my inventory? No. It is in fact inside the harvesting device, as I suspected. Okie dokie. A good start. Then we need one of the red fern, I believe. That actually came off the plant, didn't it? I'll have to pay more attention next time. Does that mean there's a limited supply and I could actually get myself stuck? Right, next we need the so-called red mushroom, although we now know it to be more of a berry. Yeah, that's gone. If I look away and look again, I think it's still gone. I'm wondering if it respawns off screen. Yeah, I think that's the same one. Perhaps the game waits till I'm a certain distance away. What do we need now? We need the red flower, which, as I say, now I've seen it, it looks more pinkish. And then we need the purple tipped vine, and then that's it. Let me amend my notes quickly. So the red mushroom is more of a berry, and the red flower is more pink. What was the last one? It was the purple tipped vine, wasn't it? Right, that's everything. Does that go there? It does, and we've got the red stuff. I suppose, strictly speaking, I don't know that that's the same stuff that we were hoping for, but it does seem likely, doesn't it? Right, where was that recipe? Here. So, the first thing we need is turf. Again, I know that's not what it's actually called, but I don't have another name for it. Oh. Do I use the same thing for extracting chemicals from here? I suppose so. Well, let's hope this is where it's supposed to go. And let's hope order doesn't matter. You wouldn't expect order to matter, would you? So far, so good. Right, what else do we need? 2 yen. Why can't I pick that up? I should be able to. There we go. Don't know what was going wrong there. Ooh, I think they are actually mixing the colours. I noticed when I put the blue, well, the cyan and the red in, it went all greyish. But for some types of mixing, that is what you'd expect. And now it's starting to go increasingly green. That's attention to detail. What else? Jahes. 1. Wonderful. What else did we need? 1 green, 2 white, 1 yellow. I used a spoon for that, didn't I? Hold on, let me... 1 green, 2 white, 1 yellow. 1 green. 2 white. and 1 yellow. I wonder if whether we'll know if we've done this correctly or not. Not really. Alright, I guess I need to collect some. Let's just double check I haven't overlooked something. No, doesn't look like it. Okie dokie then. I hope this is the stuff that we wanted. Perhaps from the inventory I could see a metal beaker to hold a concoction. Well, we have said concoction. Let's see if it can interact with the white crystal we saw before. I'm starting to have my doubts, I have to say. Where was it? It was in here, wasn't it? Well, it certainly let me... Oh, it worked! I really wasn't confident. Not towards the end, anyway. Wonderful! That's progress. We'll have to remember that we can dissolve crystals. Now. I don't know, but I could easily imagine that being used in a later puzzle. Right, so presumably that's the key for the bottom one. I wonder if that means that we already have access to all the tools to gain access to another key, and I just haven't realised that yet. Let me see. Yeah, just by looking at it, there's no way I can tell which one's supposed to be on top and which one's supposed to be below. Maybe it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. The problem was I'd moved the tooth of the lock only an eighth of the way round instead of a quarter of the way round. Still, that's definite progress. But as I say, that then raises the question, what are we supposed to do now? We seem to have exhausted everything I knew we had access to. See, I wonder if over here could be related to the next thing we're supposed to do. Possibly not. What's going on here, actually? That's curious. Also, of course, there's these rock faces that look like they should be able to move out the way. We never did find a way in here, did we? I assume we opened that door from the other side at some point. What was that right at the top? Oh, perhaps nothing. This is the other rock face that looks like potentially we should be able to enter. Perhaps I should head back to the garden and chemistry lab just to do one final quick once over to make sure that there's nothing there that I missed. Oh, I do remember there was an upstairs area we didn't have access to yet. I'm not particularly seeing anything. No. I can only assume it's not an accident. That we have access to so many plants. The other plants are probably going to come in very useful later on, I would assume. What else do we have access to? We do have access to the furnace now. There's also that ladder that needs repairing. Over in the same area. So yeah, here's the furnace. We've successfully lit it. But currently I don't think we're aware of anything to do with it. Then there's that ladder that needs repairing. I mean, the game was quite heavily hinting earlier on that potentially we would need to do some blacksmithing. I take it there's no hidden writing about here. I think there... Nope. None over there. This is curious, isn't it? Perhaps I should have a very quick look at this clip that Foa very kindly made. Oh, that was a hint about the dissolving of the crystal. Okay, fair enough. Are there any other crystals we're aware of at present? But you were absolutely right that I had completely forgotten about that. Apparently when you... Interesting. Apparently when you go into the alchemy lab for the first time, there's a display that you can interact with which causes a crystal to be dissolved. Goodness. So where to now? I do feel like, because it was the third key that we just put in, that I'm probably already supposed to... I'm probably supposed to have had access to another key before now. Are there any clues about here? This is where we can measure the weight of things. I don't think we ever quite worked out what this is for. It looks as though it's for measuring precise quantities of something. But I could be wrong. But no, I don't think we know what that's used for. Oh yeah, I remember there was rope all along here for no apparent reason. How odd. Right, where was this area? The area we couldn't traverse. Right, we're here. Okay, this is definitely a direction we haven't been in yet. So hypothetically, if I could find a way across here, then we would be exploring a new area. Of course, I don't know whether this is the next area or an area a long way off. With the metal structure there, I was just wondering if there could be a bridge under the bridge that slides out or something like that, but it doesn't look like it. Honestly, this looks like yet another case where perhaps I'm supposed to do something from the other side. Although then again, what is this for? This looks like a receiver, like if I put the... You can hear something happening, can't you? Yes, if you pay attention to the sounds that are being made. It sounds like it's trying to do something when the orange crystal is placed in there. But it's almost as if it's failing for some reason. Could it be that it needs more power? Can I supercharge the orange crystal, I wonder? I don't think I'm allowed to place it here. No. I'm not allowed to pick up that lens. This is where we managed to gain access to the stone that lets us start fires. The heat stone. I take it... No, I can't seem to pick up any of the other orange torches. I wonder why it is that some of these... I don't know what they are. They're not really buttons, are they? Because we can't press them. Displays seem to be lit up and others aren't. Presumably that's telling us whether they're unlocked or not. But if that's the case, then... how do we toggle them? I'm just walking about using the button which highlights things that are interactive, just to check that there's nothing that I've missed. Currently not seeing anything. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. It looked like something was supposed to go in there, but we never found what that was. Worth bearing in mind anyway. What else? Yeah, we can't interact with that anymore because that's already a solved puzzle. As is that. Presumably we picked something up from over there at some point? Yes, I think so. Okay then. Was nice. Was nice with some dinner. Good job with the plans. Oh, thank you. Probably the biggest issue I had with the game. Where are you supposed to do something? Yes. I'm trying to think about all the places that I may have been given information in the past, but I couldn't use it yet. Ooh. I didn't notice that before. There's structures up there. So presumably at some point we can get there. Well, now that's an interesting thing, isn't it? That's very interesting. I don't think we can do anything with that yet. I wonder if we get access to up there through here. Wasn't there a diagram around here somewhere that I didn't know what to do with? Yes, here. Those seem to show... Those look like retina diaphragms. I wonder if that's how I was supposed to get the combination for these much earlier on in the game. I'm not quite sure how this would give me the combination though, unless it changes as you complete it, and I don't see any evidence of this being something that can change. That's the hint for the buttons, correct? Ah. Okie dokie. I must confess to being a little bit lost right now. I'm genuinely not sure what's expected of me. Oh, I just had a thought. Counter argument. I said earlier, because I put the key went in the third slot, that perhaps I've done things in a unintended order. Not, well, I say unintended, not that the game doesn't support this order, but that there was another anticipated order that one would complete things in. But if you look at the letters I have, I seem to have all the letters from 1 to 8. So unless the letters just happen to always be enumerated in the order you picked them up, that would imply that I have been doing things in the correct order up till now. Want me to tell you? It's not part of a puzzle, just something you missed earlier. Could you give me a hint? Something to point me in the right direction without explicitly giving it away, so I can focus my attention more. Where it's needed. Right, we've read through all that. I forgot that we can use the orange torch to cause blue crystals to activate. I wonder if I can activate this with the blue torch. Sorry, the orange torch I meant. But the answer appears to be no. Oh yeah, I forgot about this as well. But we don't have access to this yet. You missed something while doing the last puzzle. Retrace your steps, probably the best I can give you without spoiling it. Okay, fair enough. That is very helpful. Right. Well, the last puzzle I did was putting together the concoction that I needed to dissolve the white crystal. So I suppose it could be anywhere between here and the location where the white crystal was. Right, I believe that's for throwing things away. There is this cupboard, but we don't have access to it yet. I don't suppose I can use the orange torch to power these, can I? No. Of course, that would be too easy. Did I ever figure out what this does? I don't think I did. No, I did. This was used to water the plants, and that's how I managed to rejuvenate them. By putting the appropriate concoction in the water. More rope that doesn't seem to serve any useful purpose. Seem being the operative word there. I don't know that it isn't useful. Just I don't know what that use is. Right, what do we have in here? We used all the concoction, it should seem. Well, we've searched about in here on a number of occasions. I'll have another quick look, but I'll be surprised if there was anything major here that... Oh, look, there's a beaker. That's fallen down into the swampy water. So if we keep going... Did I ever find my way around here? I didn't, did I? Ah, looks like this door opens from the other side, probably. That's not the right way, is it? Down here's the fastest way, I think. Well, I'd be surprised if there was something I missed in here. Oh, I can open the cupboard. Oh, what a fool I am. I did miss something in here. I was just about to say I'd be surprised, because we've been in here many times before when the crystal was fully grown and hadn't found anything. But of course, once the crystal's dissolved, we can get in the cupboard. And presumably I just found the parts I needed to repair the ladder in the blacksmithing area. Thank you for the hint. I do appreciate it. Where was the ladder? Was it down here? Yes. And indeed, those were the parts we needed. So that's another example of our kidnapper making things deliberately harder for us, I mean. Since presumably they deliberately took those whoops. What are they called? I've forgotten the name of it. Took those parts of the ladder out and hid them from us. For no reason. No reason other than to make it harder for ourselves. Ooh, a key. I wonder if that does the chest. That's that is by the area where we had to go fishing. Interesting. I don't know what that is.
After decades of hard work, experimenting, and prototyping, I achieved a great progress in crystal engineering, and it clearly became one of my many expertise. This was the time she first appeared to me. At that moment, I realized that I was never really alone. The strange sense of being watched I used to feel was probably her. She introduced herself as the warden of this world. What a miserable lie it was. She had no right to claim such a title.
Knowledge more lasting than bronze. Interesting development. Ooh. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Odd that I can't seem to do anything with this right now. Where does that go off to? So I wonder if that's she, as he described her. is one of the... was it Dalmari? The first word that leapt into my mind was Denis, but of course that's from the Mist series. Dalmar. I wonder if she was one of the Dalmar. Right, where are we? We're looking here. That's the main square. That's the tower we're trying to get into. That's the crystal lab. I think the building we're looking at, I think that's the first building we gained access to. I think that was the one which had the combination lock that we had to read the first two letters to open. Could be wrong. Perhaps we should go back there and see if there's anything on the inside that's helpful. No, it's not. It's a different building. Close to, but different. Is it this building? That's probably how we get power to this building. Alright. Where do I want to go now? I want to go back to the fishing platform to try my luck with that key. Well, hey! That's done something. Goodness. I mean, I was expecting something, but certainly not that. That's quite the box. Interesting. Are these... is that a part needed for blacksmithing, I wonder? It looks like a battery of some kind. It might be inserted into a machine. Oh, okay. I wonder if it needs charging. Oh! I know where we are. That just loops back round here. I wonder why they bothered with this shortcut. I mean, in general, I'm a big fan of games that introduce shortcuts of this kind, so that you can access later areas quickly from earlier areas. It's just the alternative route back round here wasn't all that long anyway. That only really... that would mostly make sense if we'd be returning here a lot. I don't know. Woo! I didn't jump then, that was just the game's collision, I think. Perhaps it's just one of those things. Right, so what's changed? We have access to this. Where is it? This is a lever of some kind. Where could it fit? I know exactly where it would fit. It would fit here. Ah, okay. So that machine I was trying to manipulate before, that didn't seem to want to work, presumably that isn't the means by which... Oh no, it's a different building again, isn't it? I think. Yes, this was the one that it connected up to, the machine I mean. Which wasn't working. Okay. I was going to say, so perhaps we don't need to get the machine working to power things, but that doesn't necessarily follow. A bucket? Presumably the battery goes in there. Ah, this must be a generator room. Well, this is curious, isn't it? Why has this been wiped off? Ooh, some sort of code goes here. I see. Right, I should write this down because I'm pretty sure this is their numeral system. Right, so we start with a horizontal line, then we go to 2 horizontal lines, then 3 horizontal lines, then 4, then we go to a vertical line. Then they start putting horizontal lines and vertical lines together. How far do they go? Up to 9. And then 10 is 2 vertical lines. And we get up to 12. So is this... Are they using base 12? That's very interesting if so. I understand base 12 is actually a very nice base to work in. I've never had to. But supposedly it has a lot of really nice properties, if I recall correctly. Ah, so is this how I power different things? Ah, okay. I think it does actually want me to completely fill these. Right, what does the letter have to say?
She was convinced that if I stayed, I would soon reach a point upon which I would no longer be myself. I couldn't understand her point. Although she tried to convince me to leave the island, I did not listen. I knew that the knowledge I gained could have changed my entire civilization for the better. The gateway was fully operational at the time, but I didn't know for sure whether I'd be able to find Quern again. It took me 14 years to locate this world. I couldn't take the risk. I wasn't ready to leave all my work behind. Not yet.
Great things collapse of their own weight. So are we to believe some terrible calamity has befallen him? I am tempted to put that in there and see what happens. That's curious, isn't it? I wonder what that's trying to tell us. So what is one diagonal line there, 2 vertical lines down the middle, one on the top, one down the side, and the other one is different. How odd. Anyway, I can only assume that by putting these in, we can gain access to additional areas. I don't actually recall where all of these were, although of course I remember encountering the symbols before. No access to there yet. Oh, time to brute force. That one was already lit up. No access here. Did I check this one? I think that may have been the first one I checked, yeah. Let me check what those symbols were again, because although I don't remember where I encountered each one, I did write them all down. So if I check the order in which I have them written, that will also be the order in which I encountered them, which might give me a bit of a hint as to where I should be looking next. The two that have lit up, those are the most recent two I've written down. I'd suggest that makes it likely that I encountered them near the alchemy lab and garden. Possibly in them. Ah, this has opened up. Interesting. Does it do that every time? Apparently. Not quite sure why I would want to do that, but... Ooh. The squeezed liquids of the native berries have quite intense effects on one's senses. Though drinking pure berry juices would be almost unbearable for the human body, the substance this device mixes with the liquids makes their effects significantly weaker. Oh, the substance this device mixes with the liquids makes their effects significantly weaker. Be cautious, even though they are diluted, some of them could be quite intoxicating. Ooh. So can I put the picture here by any chance? No. Nor the bucket. Nor the pot. Okay, I guess we still need to discover whatever vessel goes in there. Ah, and that's the red berries and the yellow berries. Okay, that's very interesting. Which symbol was that? The one that looks like a wine glass. I'm going to go back to the alchemy lab because I think there's a good chance that something opened up in here. Maybe not. By any chance, was it the wine glass looking one, the very last one I wrote down? It was. Where was I before then? I was in the blacksmithing area. So I suppose that's where I should also look. Or that's where I should look next for any changes. Maybe through here? No? I take it the map doesn't record it? No. That would have been a good idea if, for me though. Up here? Nope. If I'd made a copy of the map and broke down where everything was. Where would I have encountered that symbol before? It's very notable that it could have just been on a cupboard or something like that. Not in there. Wasn't round here, was it? Nope. Down here, perhaps. I'd have gained access to this area fairly late on. In the last stream. Nope. It absolutely wasn't over here, was it? I know I just checked this a moment ago, but... So I ended up here, initially. No. Ah, that was the alchemy lab one. That's curious. The one that I haven't found yet, I wrote down between this one and the one that I just found in the garden. So I must have found one between those two. Is there another? Yes! Okay. And we have the goblet. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Oh, I see. Those are mushrooms growing on the log. I like that you passed it twice without even checking this way. Yeah. I really should be more observant. I mean, strictly speaking, those are bearers. But the example bearers we saw were the the red, the yellow, and apparently purple. Are those bearers? I'm not sure what it's going to do to us, but I mean, it would be rude not to, really. Whoa. I wonder how long this lasts for. Not long. That implies that I'm supposed to do... No, it doesn't. I was going to say that wherever it's used must be near here, but I don't think that's true. Because I could, of course, walked around with the goblet for a long time. What I did just think is, was I able to see through the red paint when that happened? Almost unbearable, no. Why not? You only live once. Indeed. They did say almost unbearable without the substance that gets mixed into it, though, by the machine. Of which there appears to be an unlimited supply. Right, so 2 places to check. There and there. I can see a spiral. I can see another spiral. Right. I take it there wasn't anything through here, was there? I don't think so. Now I remember in the room we were only moments ago, the one where we discovered the battery. No, not where we discovered the battery. The room where we used the battery. I'm fairly certain there was some more red paint covering something up. So I'm guessing that's the next step. I wonder if that contains the combination by any chance. Now I'm starting to wonder if there could be red paint all over the place that I just haven't noticed before. Or haven't paid close attention to. That's white paint. That's probably just for the demonstration of invisible ink, though. Alright. Let's get on with the task at hand. Right. Wish me luck. Bottoms up. So, 3719. 3 7. Oh, it'll be quicker to go the other way. 1 9. That's not 3. 3 7 1 9. Hey. Well, that went well. This one I know to be in the crystal room because we encountered it on the way. The next one was a room I encountered after the crystal room. In fact, it was the room I encountered... Sorry, I say room. It may not be a room. It may be a cupboard. It was the symbol I apparently encountered directly after I encountered the symbol in the crystal room. Ooh. It looks like there's another note behind there. I don't think I'm allowed to examine it. No. Can I take notes? Apparently I can. While I'm examining my inventory, or... Indeed. Okay, that's worth remembering. How do I remove a note? I'm sure there was a way to do it. There we go. No idea what that means, mind you. Okie dokie. So where did I encounter the other one? Could have been anywhere. Ah ha ha ha! This has moved out the way. Very interesting. The cave. What were my notes? That's the map. Notes. So, top, 3 down, top, 1 down, 2 top, 2 down. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Hey! That went well. Oh dear. I get the feeling. Achievement, the brightest of all. Ah. So this gives me numbers for each of the parts. And this gives me... that says 1, that says 2. I'm not sure what the second part is about, but presumably... if I activate these in the order, in ascending order given their numbers on here, then that will be the solution, I would guess. Oh, I have what looks like a giant washer. A big rusty cogwheel. A machine must be missing a cog.
By now it must be obvious to you that I connected these marked doors and entrances to the main energy converter unit. Actually, this feature has nothing to do with the crystal battery machine's main purpose at all. I've implemented this secondary function in order to direct you along the path and prevent you from spoiling my well-structured course. When the converter is fully powered, meaning that all the batteries are in place, it supplies energy to the mechanics. I can only hope that she will not interfere with our work. She's but a desperate echo of a fallen civilization lingering here agelessly. It is clear that she is not worthy of the gift that has been given to her.
Aha. Interesting, so she probably is a Dolmar, I would conclude. Right, what do we have over here, if anything? Just a scenic spot, it would seem. Unless there's something significant about the area over there. Alright, let's try and make it through here then. Right, I'm going to make a quick sketch of this, and I'm going to write down the numbers for all the bits I have to press. That seems like the most straightforward way to do this. Oh dear, my drawing's particularly bad today. Still, it is at least legible. So I guess I'll start just by recording which bits I have to press based on this diagram. I assume the dark pieces are the ones that are supposed to be depressed and not the other way around. That looks right, that looks right, that all looks right. Now I need to get the numbers for each of these. Right. So that's 7. That's 4. That's 3. That's 12. That's also 3. I must have done something wrong. No, that's not 3, that's 15. Because those are vertical. We also have, oh goodness me, that's going to be 22. That's 1. And that's 6. Okay, I think I have the numbers for all the parts that need to be depressed. All the sections. So that's 1. Then we have 3. Then we have 4. Then we have 6. Then we have 7. Then we have 15. Then 22. Oh, I've skipped 12. That was careless of me. Let's try that again. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, now 12, 15, 22. No? I wonder what the significance of the arrows there are. strange. What did we discover in the crystal lab again? Possibly that can help us. We had another combination. The only problem is we don't know where that needs to be input. Wonder why there's a big blue crystal there. The length and direction of the lines really messed with me. Pretty sure I mixed up some up a couple of times. Oh, there's one right there. I'm such a fool. What is that? The length and direction of the lines really messed with me. Pretty sure I mixed them up a couple of times. Oh, I see what you mean. I may have got some of the numbers wrong. Where's my inventory? Here's my inventory. So what's this then? Looks like a tool with a hexagonal top, probably to hold something. I don't know where that goes. No, that was the right way, wasn't it? Let's try this again then. So vertical lines get added every 5. So yes, my numbers are wrong then. That is not 7, that's 11. 2 5s and a 1. Alrighty. So I've definitely made a mistake. Okay, probably the easiest way for me to correct this is to start again, unfortunately. Right, so from the top, 11. We'll do the outside going clockwise, then we'll do the inside going clockwise. So that's 11. That is 8. Right, those are horizontal, so that is 2. Those are vertical, so that's 15. That's 4 vertical and 2 horizontal, so that's 22. That's 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, so that's 6. That's 1 horizontal and 3 vertical, so that's 16. That's 3 vertical, so that's 20. Now going for the inside, that's 3 horizontal, so that's 3. Then we have 1 horizontal, so that's 1. Then we have 2 vertical, 2 horizontal, so that's 12. Then we have 1 horizontal, 4 vertical, so that's 21. We have 1 vertical, so that's 5. We have 3 vertical, 2 horizontal, so that's 17. That's 2 vertical, so that's 10. And then we have 2 horizontal, 1 vertical. So that's 7. Interesting that they don't count from 1 to 16. Like one might have expected. I take it if I reverse the meanings of the horizontal and vertical lines, that wouldn't change it, would it? That would become 1, that would become 2. That would become 3. That would become 4. That would become 5. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, no sorry, 15, 16, yeah, they've reversed the meanings, haven't they? Ah, okay, so that's why I was getting it wrong. I've not gone mad, have I? So just to be clear, it looks like I'm supposed to read the vertical ones as 1s, and the horizontal ones as 5s. Have I messed that up? Or has that changed? This is important because it's significant to how we treat the numeral system when we encounter it in the future. Yes, this has changed. They had horizontal lines here being... Wait, am I going mad? No, I am wrong, aren't I? Horizontal is 1s, vertical is 5s. Vertical is 5s. Let's double check. Yeah, they've reversed it. In this one you can clearly see that the horizontals are supposed to be the 5s. Okay. So I suppose you could argue that where I was supposed to be entering the code, it may just be that they've written the digits on their side. But, of course, it is misleading. That means, unfortunately, I have to redo all the numbers, because they're wrong now. Still, this shouldn't take all that long. When I say redo all the numbers, I mean all the numbers I've recorded. In my physical notes are wrong. So that's 1. That's 2. That's not 3. That's 3. Four. Five. Six. Seven. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. And that should be all of them filled out now, and indeed it is. Good. So now I'll just record which ones it is that I'm supposed to be depressing again, and we should be well underway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, I think we've got all the information we need now. So 1. 3. 4. 6. 7. 12. 14. 15. 15. Hey, progress. Thank you for the assistance, Foa. So the question is, what am I doing now? I mean, it seems to indicate there's a part 2. I take it doesn't want me to do it again, but upside down. That would be a bit silly. Does this still expect input? Seems like it. Maybe it does want me to do it again, but upside down. We could try that. In which case it would be 1. 3. 4. 6. 7. 12. No. 12. 14. 15. That didn't work. Did I enter it wrong? Or is this indicating I need to do something different entirely? Let's try that one last time. Just in case I entered it wrong. 1. 3. 4. 6. 7. 12. 14. 15. Oh, I bet it's pointing down because it means descending, not ascending. That raises a question. Have the positions changed? Am I supposed to be rotating the positions, or am I supposed to be or am I supposed to be treating the positions as identical? That they did bother to put the up arrow on this diagram of the button values. That makes me think that I am supposed to assume that the original positions apply, whereas if they hadn't put the arrow there, I'd assume that the positions don't change, as it were. Alright, so we start with 15, don't we? Which is here. Then we go to 14. Then it's 12. Then it's 7, 6, 4, 3, 1. Well, that's disappointing. Perhaps they weren't expecting the value of the positions to change, in which case I'd suggest they should have left the arrow off, because with the arrow pointing down, naturally you'd assume that this whole wheel's been rotated. Okay, if I go by the old positions without correcting for the rotation, and we're going from highest to lowest, then we've got 15, 14, 12, 7, 6, 4, 3, 1. Really? None of those? Am I missing something? So it's neither the numbers ascending or descending, taking account of the rotation or not taking account of the rotation. Unless I entered one of the sequences wrong. What does that say? Can't read that. I don't know what that says. Did the letter have a diagram? The last letter we looked at? No. Tell you what, we'll try the last two solutions once more, just in case I made a mistake. But assuming they don't work, then I don't know what we're going to do, to be honest. So that's 12. Seven. Six. Four. Three. One. It's not that. And trying it the other way. $15, $14, $12, $7, $6, $4, 3, 1. Nope, none of those. I have seen the white line that goes along here, which might be referring to the other side of this, or it might be referring to something else entirely, I'm not sure. That's 1, that's 2. Hold on. I've just realised what I'm looking at here. For some reason I interpret that initially as a drawing of wood on paper, a very realistic drawing, but no, this has been burnt away. What's the significance of that? So that means that white line I can see has nothing to do with that white line. Well, two white lines. That's just on the boards here. What is this depicting? So we've got something coming down here and coming up here. We've got some mechanism here. Is that, vaguely speaking, what the telescope looks like? I wouldn't have thought so. I'd be surprised if that was involved in this puzzle. No, this does look distinctly different. Perhaps the arrow exists only to indicate to us that this has been complete. The merms. Also, it's lovely to see you, the merms. Perhaps the telescope thing could focus some light like a magnifying glass, and that's what's burned the paper? Well, there's no angle for it. There's no angle for it to have got to that paper. Although I have to admit, it is strange the way the paper's burnt away like that. I'll tell you what. The only thing I can interact with in the area seems to be the wheel itself. Not the door itself. So either the solution lies in another area, or it is just another code. Hard to resist giving hints sometimes. I might take a hint shortly if I still can't figure it out. I'm wondering if this is telling me that there's a hint close to whatever that is. I just can't think where I've seen anything quite like that. Nothing in here that looks like that, is there? Not really. No. And in the blacksmithing area? Perhaps it's a cutaway diagram of a locking mechanism. I must admit, it resembled a locking mechanism to me as well. but I don't recognise the lock. It did somewhat resemble a telescope with some sort of light source on the left side and focusing a lens on the right. Yeah. Alright, let's go up to the telescope then. Let's see if there is actually a path to get a beam in here. I mean, it'd probably have to be through there or something like that. Where would it be? Around there, I think? Right, where are we on the map? We're here, looking that way. So yes, it would be around there somewhere. So once we've just passed the edge of that building, we know we're close. So that's the building. I can leave the torch there for now for aiming purposes. No, it'd be round there, wouldn't it? I think the building's right in the way. I suppose I could check with the other torch, make sure there's no hidden writing about here that we've missed. Can the light be bounced? We haven't done so yet. If it could be bounced, then that would presumably require some sort of mirror. Another argument against this is that every time we've had to use the telescope before, there's been hints. Wherever we find the crystals on the floor, we've had to use a crystal of that colour. Sorry, we've had to use the torch of that colour in roughly that position. I don't think we ever found the position for that little crystal though, only that one. Because there is some writing, where is it? Here. Oh, that is over a little bit actually, to be fair. But we discovered that much earlier in the game. No, that doesn't seem excessively promising, unfortunately. That does look a lot like a torch, though. Oh, and that's the piece you use for the side telescope you use for aiming. Okay, that does make it seem even more likely that we're supposed to use the telescope then. So for the second part we need to use the telescope somehow. But how? Because we just don't have an angle. We can't even see the watchtower from here. Perhaps I just need to have a more thorough look around to see if there's any hidden writing. I did do this before, but it's always possible I've missed something. When I say before, I mean last time we played. There must be something that we're missing. A way to remove obstacles, redirect the light, or perhaps some sort of X-ray that penetrates stone. Ah! That wouldn't have meant anything to me before. But obviously that's the second part of the puzzle. I think that's coincidental because there's clearly a walkway up there. What's the significance of that being in this precise position though? This torch is generally used for powering things. Over there oh, that is a sort of redirection with a lens. Yeah, so we have redirected before using the lens to get an easy view of the writing over there. But unless that also doubles up for opening up the doorway over there, which would surprise me. Then we're still short of a solution. So why there? That just looks like a rock face. I don't see any lenses up there that would receive the beam. Is there some invisible writing about here? Underneath the banner? Is there a way to climb up there and get a look around from the top of that banner? That's the second thing I was thinking. I'm not sure. Obviously at some point there will be. Let me check my position on the map. So I am... Where am I? I'm here. I'm trying to think, where's the blacksmithing area? Oh, that's the cave. So the cave's even further along from the South Passage. There's the alchemy lab and all that. The gardens. So is this where the... Is this roughly where the blacksmithing stuff was? Because that wouldn't lead to us being able to come all the way around here, I don't suppose. The only reason I'm wondering about the blacksmithing area in particular is because that's the only time I remember getting on top of the cliffs like that. Let's head back that way anyway. We have a few more items now. It's always possible we have something that can help. Even if that's help elsewhere. So it's through here. And up here. Yeah, I'm in a very different part of the map, aren't I? I'm over here on the North Shore. Whereas I was over here. I take it I can't repair this now, can I? Don't think so. Perhaps this needs power or something. I don't yet have access through here, do I? If there were a way up there, where would it be? Presumably round this way. I'm not convinced there's a continuous path there. maybe that you emerge from a cave up there or something. I take it I can't. No, I can't go around that way. So that brings us back to the same question as before. Why there? I take it this doesn't work now, does it? No. It's not like it has power now where it didn't before. I mean, I suppose I could walk about a bit, see if I can find anything which we would now have access to that we didn't before, and then perhaps come back to this puzzle after we've done some more of the game, maybe? That requires me to find somewhere which oh, that's a clue about the goblet and the using the goblet and the berries here. That requires there to be an area that we can make progress on, though. Yeah, they are pretty good with the clues, even if you don't get them until afterwards. I did try the blue torch on the banner, didn't I? No indication of how we get that open. I must admit, I'm not seeing anything else we can do right now. It feels like this probably is the way forwards. I could send the orange signal down here again, but that was part of an earlier puzzle. I'd be surprised if that's what they're looking for. No. I suppose I should double check the blue torch on the banner, although like I say, I'm pretty sure I did that before. I suppose hypothetically, they could have put something in the rock face there. If I check behind it now, that doesn't look very helpful. Interesting pattern it's making, but I don't think that's significant in any way. I mean, what would you normally think if you saw a banner like that? I suppose you would think that it's marking something that's through here. So presumably the next battery will give me access to the cave over here. I suppose with that symbol there, you could almost imagine that it's trying to indicate that you need to do this first. The only problem is I don't have another battery. Did I ever figure out what that was for? A simple wooden bucket that can be filled with sand to adjust its weight. That's curious. Why would I want to do that? Yeah, nothing to do with that. I take it the order I put these in doesn't matter, does it? No. Doesn't seem like it. If I don't have a breakthrough soon, I may require a hint, unfortunately. So the cave itself pointed me to here. Is there a clue on the map? Not really. Unless it is telling me that I'm supposed to go up there next. The only problem is I haven't the foggiest how I'd get up there. No way through there that I'm aware of. Is there anything else in here I've missed? It was in here I found the cog, wasn't it? Hello, Pengy. It's lovely to see you. How are you today? I'm quite well, thank you. Things are going... in the game, you mean? Things are going... they've slowed down a bit. I had some moderately fast initial progress, and now I've reached a point where I'm not sure how to continue. If we go back this way, I can show you. So I've been putting batteries in a machine to gain access to certain areas that I had not had access to until now. Most recently I've gained access to this cave, and I've solved the first part of the puzzle involving the numbers and the relevant buttons. And this wheel's turned around and a bit of stone moved out the way here, and now I'm trying to get through here. Now I can see that this says part 1 of this puzzle, and that says part 2. Actually, I probably should have shown you one other thing. Whatever was on this piece of paper has been lost. As you can see, it seems to have been burnt or destroyed somehow. But there's a picture of the telescope. So eventually I cottoned on to the fact that that was the telescope and went there. And I got to this point, and eventually it took me longer than it... well, didn't realise I could fall there. It took me longer than it probably should have done. But I realised that we've got the same symbol and part 2 up here. Wonderful, you might think. Except I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what it's telling me. I mean, I know I must be on the right line so far, but For quite a while now, I've just been stuck here. I don't know what to do with this information. I have tried the obvious, which is looking for invisible text about here, but I've had no luck on that front. I've considered the possibility that there might be something over there that I need. I haven't found anything. We've discussed the fact, or we've discussed the possibility that maybe it's indicating I need to go up here. The problem with that is I don't know how to get up there. I don't seem to have access up there yet. Or if I do, I don't know how I manage it. So that's where I've got stuck. I mean, I might just be missing something obvious, but I don't know what that is. Yes, the second one was a bit trickier. When you light up that lens right next to the hanging banner, it looked like some letters appeared on the wall. Have you already used those? I didn't notice any letters appearing on the wall. Let me check again. Whereabouts? Right next to the hanging banner. It's possible I just missed it. Could have been yet another example of to the left of the banner. Could have been yet another. Oh, you mean on that wall? No, we can't see it from this distance. The orange light would be surprising because that's used for powering things. Oh, you mean like that? The letters that appear over there, yes, I've used. That was for a much earlier puzzle. Yes, unfortunately, I think I'm probably going to need a hint. If you want, I think I can give you a little nudge, if I remember correctly. Yes, please. I've been stuck at this bit a while. Focus a bit on your inventory. Fair enough. What do I have? I have the torch. I have the big rusty cogwheel. A machine must be missing a cog. I had been thinking about that. I just can't think what machine that would be. There's only one machine I can think of that doesn't appear to work, and I don't remember there being space for a cog. Sorry, I probably should have been enumerating all this. Well, listing all of it. There's the goblet. It's red. Do I need to drink some of the red potion? I've been peeking at it while scrolling a bit, and I think, but not 100%, that you have the parts needed. I need one of these, don't I? Now, where's my fancy goblet? If this doesn't work, then of course I'll go back to going through the inventory and scrutinizing every item again. Right, bottoms up. Oh. No luck. Okay, that's not it then. I have the orange torch, the cogwheel, a pot, which I'm pretty sure I don't need anymore, the test tube for moving liquids about, I have the equipment for collecting berries and flowers, I have a spoon, blue torch, a recipe, which I'm pretty sure I don't need anymore, a metal beaker to hold concoctions, a simple wooden bucket that can be filled with sand to adjust its weight. I have the stone which heats things. I've just had a funny old idea. I have this hexagonal topped screw. I don't suppose I can use that to get the heating stone into the telescope, can I? And then burn that away? Because of course the paper I looked at was burned. No, that was a rhetorical question. Oh, this is an item I can manipulate, it looks like. Ooh. So it extends. I don't think I can make it go back. No, I can. Ha ha ha! I was hypothesizing about burning things from afar in the last stream. Looks like that is a thing. Wonderful. Right, I'd better get all that marked down. Although a slight problem is, as discussed before, I don't know whether I'm supposed to take into account the, and still seems highly illegal to use, yes, I don't know whether I'm supposed to take into account the rotation of the stone mechanism with regards to the value of each of the hold on, I'm just trying to find a different coloured pen. There we go. I don't know if I'm supposed to take into account the rotation of the stone mechanism with regards to the value of each of the buttons. Probably I am. I say that because the diagram which included the button values also bothered to include the arrow, and the arrow's pointing the other way now. Right, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So yes, that's the correct number of pieces. I think that's all correct. Okie dokie. Let's head back and see if we can make a little progress. And thank you for the assistance, Pengy. Yeah, and people complain about green lasers. Right. So... 2 3 6 7 8 10 11 Did that? Yeah, that was activated. 12 That's disappointing. I'll try it once more. If it doesn't work, then I'll assume that the game wasn't expecting me to compensate for the rotation. Right, so we have 2 3 6 7 8 10 11 12 Then that's it, isn't it? And that didn't work. I did think of something else actually. Because the arrow's down, it's possible they want me to do it in descending order, not ascending. So I guess I should check that as well. So 12 11 10 7 6 3 2 I must have done something wrong. Yes, I missed one out at some point. Let's try that again quickly. So 12 11, 10, 8. I think it might have been 8 I missed out last time. 6. No, 7. 6. 3, 2. No luck. So they probably weren't anticipating that I would compensate for the rotation. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. You're my first ever subscriber. Right, let me copy this down again, but with the diagram the other way up. Because obviously I rotated the diagram around when I was filling it in last time, because I assumed that all the I assumed it wanted me to compensate for the rotation. Right, I think that's correct. Let's try that again. I was noticing that my channel points were low and realised that you just got affiliated, so you didn't have it before. Indeed! I think I got invited onto the affiliate program on Wednesday, and I went for all the onboarding on Thursday. So this is all very new. Right. 2, 4. Eight, I think. 9. 10. 'Double and triple checking everything, so I don't want to make a mistake. 12. 14. 16. No! Oh, thank you, everyone. Could it be that it wants me to do it in descending order, like I've been speculating for a while? 12. 10. 9. 8. 4. 2. Oh no, I must have made a mistake. That is annoying. So I've done it ascending and descending, both taking account of the rotation and not. And since none of them has worked, I must have made a mistake somewhere. See, the fact that they put the arrow on here makes me think I am supposed to take account of the rotation. Let me double check that I did it correctly when I filled out which segments were used. That's correct for the rotated version. Yep, both versions are correct. Intuitively, it strikes me more likely that they intended me to do it ascending than descending, since the first way round was ascending. So maybe I should try it once more ascending for the rotated and once more ascending for the not rotated. So first the not rotated, because that's slightly easier to input. Nope. And once more ascending for the rotated. Wait. Oh, I've just realised there's another whole family of possibilities that I hadn't been taking account of. Maybe this was assuming the rotation had already taken place. I was assuming this diagram was relative to its starting position. Okay, that's not too difficult to test though. Right, what would I be doing if that were the case? No, but wouldn't that be identical to... to what I'd already been doing? Yes, that is what I've already been doing, isn't it? When I was compensating for the rotation, I was filling it in upside down. Yes, that is exactly equivalent to what I'd already been doing, I think. Is that true? So, if rotation hadn't taken place, then there would only be one way of interpreting that. Is there a meaningful difference between all the numbers have rotated round and then I'm supposed to press the buttons that are highlighted there, and I'm supposed to input the buttons that are highlighted there, and then it was rotated? So in other words, does the whether this is a diagram relative to the wheel before rotation or after rotation matter? Yes, of course it would, because it doesn't have rotational symmetry. So what have I tried so far? I've tried interpreting it in terms of a rotation hadn't taken place. That would be valid if the value of a button was relative to its position on the wheel, irrespective of the wheel's rotation. That is to say, the one that's in the outer top right always has the same value regardless of which button it happens to be. If you rotate it round 180 degrees, then whichever button with that value is changes to whichever one lands in that position. I've also tried it assuming that the rotation has taken place so that all the values have been shifted around, but assuming that that is the diagram for after the rotation. What I haven't tried is supposing that diagram is relative to the initial position of the wheel, and then it got rotated round. That's right, I haven't tried that. What would that look like? Right, so I have a copy here in paper in front of me of, among other things, the combination I would use if I was ignoring all rotations. If I then turn that around 180 degrees, that then gives me all the positions that they would be in now. So let's try that in ascending order. So that's 1. What's next? It's 3, I think. Then it's 4, which would be here. Then it's 6, which would have to be here. Then 7. Ten. Oh no, I shouldn't have done 10. Blast. Let's reset that, sorry. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 12, 14, 15. Oh no. Hello, Temujin. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Oh, is there anything I haven't tried? I haven't tried that in descending order, but that would surprise me. Why is the most naive interpretation of this? They bothered to put the arrow in. That makes me think that I am supposed to take the rotation into account. So if I took the rotation into account, could this be the order? 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Was I expecting to finish so soon? I think I was, actually. Surely the most naive way to interpret this is to say that the rotation took place, so all these values should be shifted around 180 degrees, but that the diagram I just saw is for the new position, not the old. But that's what I just tried and it didn't work. I mean, I could have made a mistake. 3... 6, 7, 8, 10, 12. Oh, did I skip one? I skipped 11. That was careless. So 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. And the other obvious interpretation, like I say, is to assume that the diagram I just saw was supposed to be before the rotation and now it's been rotated, but I tried that possibility as well, didn't I? Well, this diagram doesn't have an arrow. That's what makes me think that it's relative to whatever position it's currently in. So, for example, that's 16. That should be there now. That's what I mean by rotating it around 180 degrees. Which seems reasonable given that they bothered to put the arrow in. I'm sure they wouldn't have drawn the arrow on unless they didn't expect me to take that into account. But these diagrams don't have the arrow on. Pengy. Remember being confused here too. I mean, doubtless one of my assumptions is wrong. Also, thank you for the follow, Temujin. I do appreciate it. I hope I'm not butchering your name too much. If they didn't expect the values to be rotated, then I strongly suspect they wouldn't expect the diagram to have been rotated. That would be an odd combination to expect. But I'm fairly certain I've tried that solution several times now. Maybe I haven't. Oh wait, I've done the wrong one. That was the initial one for the first part that I started filling out there. Ah, is that what I could have done wrong? When I was trying to fill it in for what if the other diagram, not this one, the other one, but what if that was supposed to be interpreted as being for the initial orientation of the wheel, I wonder if I made the mistake of reading off the wrong values there as well. Because what I've done is I've put coloured dots in each of the relevant segments and I've colour coded it. It's possible that when I last tried it I read off the wrong coloured dots. I don't think so though, looking at this. So we have 9 here, 10, 12. Oh, I shouldn't have done 10. No, I should have done 10. Oh, sorry. Nine. Yes, I should have done 10. Then I think it's 12. $14, $16, I think. 14, 16. Oh my goodness. I think I got the second part here on the second try. Struggled a lot with the first part. Indeed, at last. That did take me a long time, didn't it? Oh no. I've been tricked. Oh, I see. So I need to fill a bucket with sand until I have the exact correct weight. And presumably all batteries weigh approximately the same. So that's how I do that, which explains the scales in there. Oh, thank you. So for future reference, I was supposed to assume that the diagram was relative to the starting position of the wheel, and then it was rotated. And the reason I think I didn't get that the first time I tried it was because I say I have my whole diagram color coded, and I think I read off the wrong dots, which was careless. How does this work? Oh, does it expect me to just eyeball when it looks to be at about the right point? I mean, that's not how scales usually work, but I suppose I can do that. Oops. This isn't working, is it? Ah, that's how it works. I get it. That makes a lot more sense. That is how scales are supposed to work. I wonder how I empty it if I accidentally overdo it. Oh. So that part doesn't work. How do I fill this up further? I'm missing something here. So I've got the right weight in there. Oh, I see. So I think it needs 2 more, but I'll do it in ones anyway. Partly just to make sure that this mechanism works the way you'd think it would. Yes, it does seem to be. And secondly, just to make sure I don't overdo it, because I don't know how to go back if I do. Good. This should weigh exactly the same as a battery now. A scientifically accurate scoop indeed. Well, it doesn't actually have to measure a very any specific value at all with the way that scales work, as long as both items balance out the same weight exactly, then they must be the same weight, even if you don't have any clue what that weight is. Well, we do know what that weight is. It's 1 battery. That's the weight. Right. Let's hope this works. Huzzah! We did it.
Who are you that wanders this world uninvited?
Ooh,
Another explorer?
there's a glowy orb.
What are you seeking? Power? Immortality? Or are you just a fool, looking for salvation?
Actually, I was kidnapped.
You can't simply enjoy the power of Quern, not without consequences. You must leave the same way you came here,
Being kidnapped?
for your own sake.
Well then. Excellent. So that should have opened up the cupboard in the alchemy lab and another cave entrance right next to us, I believe. Oh, it's the mines. Yeah, why not? What's the worst that could happen? Interesting. The ancient gateways. The ancient gateways are the links between the worlds of the world chain. Even though these passageway entrances are part of our world since time immemorial, our knowledge of them is very limited. As the material of these portals is literally invulnerable, sampling them and determining their age has been impossible so far. The mystery of the gateways serves as the cradle of many different religions all around the world chain. According to the teachings of Bakunists, the journey between two portals is a step towards the liberation of the soul. These people gave up their past to become lifelong travellers. Many believe that the gateways are divine gifts and they worship these monuments as the shrines of their gods. Some groups are covering their portals with flowers and fruits of their world as a celebration, though several cultist tribes around the Lashan line believe that human blood must be offered to their gods and use the gateways as their sacrificial altars. A prominent theory states that the gateways are devices built by a technologically advanced, long-extinct ancient civilization. As they serve as the very pillars of the interworld communication and the most important passages of the Empire's trade routes, the gateways are essential elements of all civilized worlds. That suggests that they would probably be heavily guarded and controlled then. Bakun was a spiritual guru who started the Bakunist pilgrimage. He mysteriously disappeared in a passage between two ancient gateways at the age of 109. Oh, I wonder if we'll run into him. Ooh. This is curious, isn't it? Okay. Probably another combination lock of some sort. Oh, minus minus plus plus. So this will add. And this will subtract. Do they add and subtract the same amount, I wonder? So far as I can tell, yes. Perhaps I should do a more careful study of that. So, let's take a picture of that. Right, we're back to nothing. Take a picture of that. Check my notes. No, they don't add and subtract the same amount. That's left a little left over. Interesting. So this one adds more than the other one. Does this one subtract more? Oh, we can't tell. Okay, so I think they're in pairs. I think these two add a certain amount and these two add a certain amount, and this is the total number of operations we're supposed to perform. So if I take the difference between the two, then I know the exact value I'm supposed to reach, which might be this value, I don't know. Then presumably I can solve it. So let's just use up our actions for now. Now, which one was it? This one adds the most, wasn't it? No. This one adds the most. But that's too much. Alrighty. Where would two little amounts get us? Not quite there. So then we add a big amount, and then we subtract a little amount. Oh, apparently if we go too far along, it also resets. So we add a big amount, subtract a little amount, then add two little amounts. Still too much. Then, that makes things interesting. How else could we attempt it? I suppose I could add two little amounts, subtract a big amount, add another little amount, and then perhaps one more. No. Oh, I'm gonna have to solve it mathematically, aren't I? It's just gonna be easier that way. Right, how many notches? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it the same again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, maybe that's the first. Maybe that's counts as 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on. Alrighty. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that counts as a whole one. So that's 7 times 8. So a big amount is 56. Now let's go for small. So let's subtract that. Oops, not what I meant to do. There we go. Now what's small? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that counts as a full one. So that's 40. And our target is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So our target is 88. So I can... That's interesting. If the two values I have are 56 and 40 to work with, I think I wrote a simple program that brute forced all combinations. Then I can only add and subtract 16 at a time, surely. But 40 is a multiple of 8, but not 16. In fact, am I making this harder for myself by adhering to these factors of 8? Since it doesn't seem to deal in fractional amounts, I may as well just simplify it to the each full section, whatever you'd call it. That gives me 7, 5 and 11. How out of just 7s and 5s do I make 11? The difference is 2. So 7 plus 2 plus 2 would do it. That should be doable. How do I add 2? I have to add 7, take 5, add 7, take 5. That gets me up to 4, and then I add 7. Okay, this is going to be quite straightforward then. Let me just reset the machine. Right, so... Oh, which one was big? This is big, isn't it? So add 7, take 5. Add 7, take 5. Add 7. Is that not what we wanted? Is something supposed to happen? Perhaps that's not what we wanted. Hey Cal, it's lovely to see you again. The puzzling goes quite well now. Been stuck every now and again, but so far quite well. Ah, will this work now? If I pull that down, will it stick in place? It does! Okay, that's what I was missing. Thank you. Oh, it's possible to skip it, is it? Interesting. I quite like that puzzle in the end. Ooh. We've been treated to another letter. What an interesting contraption. I'm not quite sure how it's applying that rotational force, to be honest. I don't see any mechanism to do that. Interesting. Oh, is that telling me the relative amounts of energy that each type of crystal produces? Oh, it's essentially telling me that white crystals produce a lot more energy than orange, I think. So if I had a yellow torch, potentially I could do a lot more with it. Does this open up? Yes. That's the other side of the door that we'd been past many times before. That's good to know. Especially since it means that we have access to this area even if, for whatever reason, the batteries weren't in place.
This is the exact place where I achieved the breakthrough. After hundreds of failed attempts, I finally managed to create a much more efficient energy source, capable of providing a relatively large amount of power constantly. This white luminous mineral is the compressed and purified version of the natural, locally common, reddish-orange colored energy crystal. To be able to cast specific machine parts, I developed a procedure to liquefy this new crystalline material. I thought that a discovery of this magnitude could change the subject of my whole research, even the meaning of my presence here. I was right.
Without knowledge, skill is nothing. Interesting. So presumably the area that's opened up in the crystal lab contains everything I need to fashion one of these fancy new crystals. Possibly in conjunction with the machinery here. Interesting. Right, let's head to the crystal lab and see what we find there. I went too far, didn't I? Oh, this one had already been opened up. It was in the alchemy lab, wasn't it? That was it. That was the one that's just opened up. There is quite an abundance of white crystal here. Ahaha! I now have access to liquid white crystal then. But that's the only thing that I seem to have gained access to in this room specifically. So I suppose the question is, what's expected of me next? That didn't seem to do anything. Let's have a look at those items in my inventory, shall we? The base of a crystal battery. Oh, am I supposed to create the next battery? Interesting. The top of a crystal battery. A clay mold with 2 arms to hang. This can be used to grasp a crystal battery core. They do seem to be rather giving it away, don't they? This doesn't want to open. Well, let's grab us some liquid white crystal, shall we? And then we'll come back here and see what we can do with it. I wonder if I'm supposed to put it in the furnace. I mean, that is one thing that's notably missing from everything I've been told so far. What actually is the procedure for creating one of these? I wonder if I was supposed to bring the mold all the way over here. I probably was. If it's in solution and it needs to crystallize out, that would actually make sense. So you'd put it in the mold, then you'd heat it up to, well, in real life you'd probably just leave it a long time, but I'm assuming you're then supposed to heat it up to cause the water to evaporate and the crystalline structure to form. And then I suppose you put it in the machine that was over there. The one that I mentioned, it was mysterious because it was somehow rotating the mould without any mechanism to do so. I imagine you use that to get the crystal out of it. So far so good. Let's see if I'm right about the furnace. And let's hope that I'm not explosively wrong. That would be bad. Wrong way. Oh, it's got a mechanism to hold the mould. That's reassuring. Oh, there it is. That's a terrible place to put that lever. Imagine how hot that must get. Right, with any luck. I hope I was wearing gloves then. With any luck, we have a solid crystal battery core now. I never did work out what that is, did I? I can interact with it though. Right. Progress, wonderful. So the question is, what now? That's the most important machine of all of them, since that you couldn't do by hand. Interesting. do I have in my inventory? I have a cog. Do any of these machines require a cog? I don't think so. Ah, am I supposed to put something on there? No. Is there really no indication of what comes next? No. None whatsoever. Or if there is, I'm not seeing it. Ooh. Mysterious. Invisible writing, of course. I didn't think to check for that. And I seem to be out of luck anyway. Well, I can only assume I'm supposed to use one or more of these machines now. Oh, I notice I can't use this anymore. Clearly I was only ever supposed to build one. Does this need some sort of power source before it can get started? I mean, I assume that's providing the power. This looks like it's expecting some sort of component. Right, what is actually holding this in place? There's no indicator, is there? Nor is there any real indicator what this is doing. Is this just a combination lock? Oh, these move. Ah, I missed that before. Okay, what's the significance of that? No known significance. Can only one be? Okay. Only one of those buttons can be depressed at a time. Well, that did nothing. Right, what do we think? So this one's connected to this one, that's connected to this one, that's connected both to this and to that. They're also of different sizes. Can't tell if that did anything. Ah, but there's two of the same size. So it's unlikely that it's as simple as I'm supposed to activate them in a given order. I mean, I suppose I could try every combination, since there's not that many. There's 4 positions this can be in and 4 buttons, so that only makes 16. But it would probably be nicer to find some information. But I'm not seeing any information. That of course assumes that it's only looking for one position. That this isn't a combination lock. Okay, the fact that didn't work makes me think there's something else going on here. Are those bullets? They look rather like it, don't they? A little worrying. I can't help but think there must be some information somewhere that I've missed on how this operates. I find it hard to believe I'm supposed to deduce it by just trial and error. Especially since it's not actually giving me that much feedback. Like a machine like this, I fully appreciate that you can do by trial and error because it actually gives you quite a lot of feedback on a continuous basis. The machine I was just manipulating there did not. Hold on. There wasn't any more of that paint, was there? The paint that you use the special juices to read through. No, it doesn't look like it, does it? No, no indicator that that's the case. I missed this before. What did that do? What did that do? Can't go the other way. Hello Yisha, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. I have absolutely no idea what that lever did. Sadly not partnered, but I am affiliated now. Which is nice. Okay, this seems no more responsive since I pulled that lever. Maybe this was part of the process by which you can skip that puzzle, apparently. Perhaps there's another way to get to this side, and then pulling that lever would have dropped the bridge if it wasn't already dropped. Thank you, Yisha. I do appreciate it. Right, let's check the cupboard in the alchemy lab again, just to make sure I'm not missing something. For example, some paint that I need special juices to read. Don't look like it. We haven't had a diagram in a letter for a long time. Wait, does that move? No, there's nothing there, is there? Looks like something should fit in there, though. That might be what I'm missing. Nothing wants to go in there, though. I don't suppose I could have a slight nudge, could I? I'm just not sure what I'm looking for at this point. No real indicator here. You have pieces of a battery. I do indeed. See, I feel like the piece of the battery probably, not definitely, but probably go in here. But I can open it. And I can't find the mechanism that would cause it to open. So this connects here. Ah, could this be source and sink? Well, the thing is, I've tried every combination now. Yeah, my nudge would probably be wrong here, since I don't really remember the order of things in this part. Fair enough. So what if we start with this? No, we'd probably want to start with that. And say, I want you to move something into here. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription, Yisha. I really do appreciate that. And 6 months as well. Now let's imagine that there was power in here for, in some sense. What if I did that? I'm not sure this is actually working. No. Maybe it works the other way. Maybe this locks it. Or maybe I only need to pull that right at the end. No, this is getting desperate. Oh, the machine doesn't have power. I'd like to support those streamers that I truly like. Oh, thank you very much. Alright, this doesn't have power. Where's it going to get power from? Could be here. It could be wherever those pipes lead. Maybe I just want to maximize this. If that's 11, then that's 15. How would I make 15 out of... Well, I can make it out of 5s easily, can't I? I did the wrong one, didn't I? I don't like that. Then it probably isn't supposed to have any other value than the value I gave it a moment ago. I reckon this is how you power it. This mechanism. The question is, what do I do with this mechanism? Am I missing something? As in a physical item that would go in here? Sorry, no, that isn't a question. Well, it is a question, it's a rhetorical question. That wasn't a question that I was expecting an answer to. It looks a lot like some sort of lever would fit in there. But it's also slightly odd the way there's a gap up here as well, as if it's not quite in place. I definitely can't interact with these, can I? Having the big crystal up here is interesting. I'm sure that can't be an accident. We were told before about how there's a machine somewhere abouts that's missing a cog. This is a very long shot, and it may not be beneficial at all. But I recall earlier there was one other machine there's two other machines that we know of, which don't seem to be in a functioning state. I suspect this isn't going to lead to a solution, but we may as well be thorough. Now that we have a few more items and now that a few more areas have power. Yeah, this hasn't changed, has it? No, this still doesn't work, so far as I can tell. And there's one other machine, I think, that falls under that category. Hold on. I was able to open that door to get in the other way, wasn't I? Maybe that's not an accident. Maybe the thing that slots in there is another battery. Maybe once I've made it in there the first time, I open the back door, then I grab a battery, which of course closes the front door, but then I just go around the back. That would raise the question, though, how Professor William Maythorne managed to power it in the first place, since this approach only works. Find what is hidden. Okay, this hasn't worked out. Why do we have that symbol here and glowing? I did get an achievement, which is interesting. Just an Easter egg achievement. Fair enough. That's a shame. I thought I might have been onto something there. Okay. There is this machine here, isn't there? Maybe this is how I create a battery. That's the base, isn't it? Ah ha 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 ha! Perhaps I don't even need that other machine yet. Hey! So that's why I couldn't figure it out. I wasn't even supposed to be doing anything there yet. Right. That is progress though. Huh. That's not what I expected. How curious. Let's check the... I know there is at least... I know where there is one other area that also had one of those gears, and there may be more. That is an area that was marked by a gear symbol. But before we go there, let's check the machine, because the area I just went to is this. Ah, it does. It does things now. Oh, so I'm probably supposed to solve this so that I can gain entry. What is this doing? Is this just selecting a random combination? Oh, it's selecting which pair of components I'm rotating. Interesting. Okay, so this is innermost, outermost. Let's label them 1 to 4 from the innermost to the outermost. So we start with 1, 4. Then we go to 1, 3. What's after that? Then we go to 2, 4. Then we go to... That's just 3, isn't it? I mean... If you're gonna let me just move one of them around, then I may as well move it into position. Oh, Peggy says, this puzzle I like. Then we're back to 1, 4. Now, does it repeat itself? Do we go to 1, 3 after this? We do. Okay, well, I know I need to rotate 1 about, and my options are either 1 and 3 or 1 and 4. Well, I know I can move just 3 around, so this is the obvious way to do it. Only slight issue is I don't know what side I'm supposed to be lining it up with. Like, is that solved now? I don't know. No. Well, while we're here, let's check the other gear room. Obviously, I could go back to the machine and try and... where was it? Obviously, I could go back to the machine and try to solve it immediately. Oh, was it just off of the blacksmithing area? No, I didn't mean this way. But I'm wondering if perhaps they might be two entrances to the same building and I just hadn't recognised that before. Yes. It is, isn't it? Right, where am I on the map? I'm here. Yeah. Two entrances to the same building. I've got lost on this island too many times. You think you will learn the map after a while, but no. Yeah, I can't say my orienteering skills are that spectacular either. You'll learn just in time to finish the game. So maybe I want to have it... Did I figure out what that does? No. So there's a black bit there and a black bit there. Maybe that's an indicator that those are the two entrances we know about? Right. Well, starting from 1-4. I suppose. For no particular reason. Let's see if we can get it lined up over here. I can move 3 on its own, but 2 has to be moved with 4. So actually 2's the one that I probably should have moved into position first of all. That's interesting actually. So I should have moved 2 into position first, and then the only other way I can move 4 about is with 1. So I should have done that one second. Then I want to get 1 into position, which means doing that third, and then I can move 3 about on its own. So there is actually a definite order to which I would want to move these around. Oops. To solve it. That still does nothing. Never mind, I'm sure we'll find out what that does eventually. Yeah, that's what I like with this puzzle, that there is a simple algorithm, you just need to find it. Indeed. El Magnifico, if you care about achievements, make a separate save now before you touch the next puzzle. Nah, that's alright. Can I even make separate saves? Oh, I can. I'm not sure that we'll ever... I'm not sure that we will go back for achievements, but I appreciate the advice. Where am I trying to go? Down here, I think. I can't get in that way. Can I get in the other way? Yes. Mechanics. Interesting. Oh, I see. At any one point in time, I can only access half of the room. So the question then becomes, what's on the other side of the room that I would be that I would care so much about? something over there. Okay. So that was 245. Two, 5. Five, 4, 2. Two, 4, 5, 4. 2, 4, 4. Four, 4, 3. Is this just random? 2, 3, 4. Or was that 1, 3, 4? That was 1, 3, 4, wasn't it? In fact, I'm now starting to wonder if I put 2 down when it was 1 before. 3, 5, 3. 3, 5, 3. Two, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure this isn't repeating itself. 3, 1, 3. That was 2, 3, 2. Yeah, I don't think that's repeating itself. I wonder what the point of it is then. Let's try the other room, see if that's any help. Right, what was the order here? We want to do 2 and 4 first. Then 1 and 4. To solve for 4, but 4's already solved. Then 1 and 3. Okie dokie. Well, that's interesting. There's our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was just wondering for a second, could it have been repeating, but with a long periodicity, like 16 or something like that, which isn't divisible by 3, which would have made it seem like it wasn't repeating for much longer. I don't think it was, though. I like this one. Interesting. So we have a 4x4 grid. Ooh.
You've managed to get into the mechanics. Clearly, you've completed all of my previous challenges. This could mean that you are a genius, fulfilling all of my expectations.
I don't know about that.
And you are truly worthy of all the further knowledge I'm about to offer you. Or you could just as well be a fool, considering the fact that the power of Quern literally gives you infinite time to guess the solutions of all my puzzles. One way or the other, I'm sure your presence here is no mistake. Your participation in this matter is absolutely essential. If she were to appear to you, she would try to poison your mind with her misleading lies. You must ignore her, just as I once did.
Uh-huh. By hard work, all things increase and grow. Right, what do we have here? From number 5, number 3 is reachable with a knight's move. Oh. I see where this is going. The sum of the numbers in the third row is 7. Number 4 stands alone in the column on the far left. In none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. In none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. Okay, but that doesn't mean there couldn't be empty rows. So that's not to say that they will always be increasing from bottom to top. If you add up all the numbers in the fourth column, the result is 3. Number 5 is the only one standing alone in both its row and column. I'm pretty sure you can click to make it easier to read. Yeah, indeed you can. Right. What's the easiest way to do this then? Number 4 stands alone in the column on the far left. That doesn't tell me the row. Number 5 is the only one standing alone in both its row and column. If you add up all the numbers in the fourth column, the result is 3. Right. I think it's diagram time. Let's see how I get on trying to represent all these rules pictorially. So. Number 4 stands alone in the column on the far left. So, 4's somewhere in that column. If you add up all the numbers in the fourth column, the result is 3. So a sum of 3. That assumes that you're reading left to right though. In fact, you'd be out of luck if you didn't know chess. Number 5 is the only one standing alone in both column and row. So it must therefore neither be in the left or right. Let's get back to that in a second. If you add up all the numbers in the 4th column, we've done that. If none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the left, in the row below it. In none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. Presumably that means any one number, not the sum of the numbers. The sum of the numbers in the 3rd row is 7. From top to bottom or left to right? From number 5, number 3 is reachable with a knight's move. Well, we've narrowed it down quite a lot. There's only 4 positions 5 could be in. Can I narrow it down more than that? In none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. That makes me think that 5 is probably towards the top. Let's just start trying to fill it in and see how far we get. So let's say 5 was here, for example. Okie dokie. 3 is reachable by knight's move. So it's either here or here. Let's say it's here, because then it can contribute to making... Oh! Then this is solved. There can be no other entries in this column, because this column is supposed to sum up to 3. 4 can go here, then we get the sum to 7. So then we've only got 1 and 2 to place. But they can't be in the same column as 5, and they can't be in the same row as 4 and 3. So what else did we know? That's illegal because 3 is there. So that would have to go up there. So what was it? From number 5, number 3 is reachable with a knight's move. Yes, the sum of numbers in the 3rd row is 7. Yes. Assuming they meant top to bottom. Number 4 stands alone in the column on the far left. Yes. If none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. Pretty sure that's true. That is true. If you add up all the numbers in the 4th column, the result is 3. Yes, I actually did that wrong. I did it for the third one, didn't I? But by coincidence, I got that right anyway. Number 5 is the only one standing alone, both in row and column. Ah, so that can't be there. But now we fall foul of that rule. Hold on then. I think there's an easy fix to this. Ah, but now we're falling foul of the rule here. Because 2 should not be above 4. And this row needs to sum to 3. Sorry, sum to 7. This row needs to sum to 7. I feel like it's more likely that was there then. What if I move this over here? That then changes the possible positions for 3. We still end up with the 2 and 1 problem though. Well, that was another possible position for 5, wasn't it? Which would put 3 here. Which isn't much good. If I put that there, then I could put 3 there. Then this column sums up to 3 like you'd expect. This sums up to 7. The only problem we have is the 2 and the 5 there. I feel like 5 probably does go at the top, because otherwise the row above it has to be empty. I'd recommend you reread the rules. From number 5, number 3 is reachable with a knight's move. The sum of numbers in the third row is 7. Number 4 stands alone in the column on the far left. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. If you add up all the numbers in the fourth column, the result is 3. Number 5 is the only one standing alone in both its row and column. That's consistent with what I've been working to. No, this one had to be 7. How many ways are there of making 7 if the only numbers I have access to are 4, 3, 2 and 1? Either it's 4 and 3 or it's 4, 2 and 1. But 3 can't be in the same column. This column needs to total 3. Note that you need to pull the lever when you're done. Indeed. I never found a complete solution though. This column needs to equal 3, so either that's 2 and 1 or that's 3. But if that's 2 and 1, then they can also be in the same row. And then that violates the rule about not having a number that's greater in the row below. Wait, did I read that backwards? None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. Oh, so it should be getting smaller. Then that would be down there. Right. How do we stand here? Three, 7, a knight's move, 4's in a column on its own. So, that's true. That's true. That's true. Let's double check that. That needs to be the other way round then. Now that's true. If you add up all the numbers in the fourth column, the result is 3. Yes, the number 5 is the only one standing alone in both column and row. Yes, that's all true. wonderful, I think. Doesn't seem to have done anything, but... Right, perhaps I need to get to the other half of the room now. Okie doke. Sorry if that counted as back seating. No, that's alright. That's not telling me something about the game that I wasn't previously aware. That's correcting me for misunderstanding something I've been told. Three, 4, 2. 5, 3, 4. It's still completely random, isn't it? Okay, it may not be random, but it seems arbitrary. So you solved it first and I managed to write a program to solve it. Continues the program. I didn't miss anything in the other section, did I? Oops. Oh, I need to just move that all the way back round to where it was. No, it doesn't seem like there's anything else in here. I guess I do want to go back where I just was. Oh, wrong one. On the other side. Oh, I get it. I didn't realise I could interact like that. Oh, I didn't follow that. So 1, 4, 5, 4, 3. 1, 4, 5, 4, 3. 5532 5532 314. What? Oh my goodness. It's just mocking me at this point. Oh, for the achievement I mentioned, you have to get all 3 steps on the first try. I see. Oh, I missed the second one there. Because I was looking at my piece of paper instead of the screen. I think the last one was 1, but I could be wrong. So it was 1, 4, 1, 1, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 5, 1, 2, 5, 1. Phew. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 digits. That's a bit more than most people can hold in their short-term memory. Interesting. Do I have an item for this? I do. I have the gear from earlier. Question is, now what? Oh, well, it won't let me open this again. This, which means that I must have done the correct thing. And I can't activate that button anymore. Perhaps now I can activate, by activate I mean pull the lever that was at the machine on top of the cliff. Just use ChatGPT for free solution. Why am I doing this? And why am I messing it up? I meant to pull the lever. Oh well, I'm sure it doesn't matter which way round. Yes, that was it. What's going to happen now, I wonder? Oh, I don't have to worry about this anymore. That's nice. Well, this has changed. I think this is telling me the order it wants the batteries in. Is that for a battery? Looks like it, doesn't it? Presumably now that I've... Let's test this actually. If I take a... Ooh, this is a nice shortcut. If I take a battery out now, do I lose access to that room? Or now that I've gotten to that point, do I retain access? I lose access to that room. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, does this want my torch? That's a fancy key. And that's the key I'm looking for. That's the one that will go in the lock in the main square. What is that key going to be for, though? Okay, now that I've put the torch there, can I remove batteries safely? Or is that not how it works? The key that will go in the lock, indeed. This lock specifically. But the key that I just picked up is a different key, and I'm not sure where that goes. No. Okay, the batteries need to stay in place then. My best guess is that perhaps order matters? Perhaps that's what it's telling me, to put them in the right order? Well, we can try that, can't we? At the very least, it will be interesting to see whether these are the same symbols that each of the batteries have associated with them. Because they look like the same sort of shape. Indeed. So that actually should be the first one, by that logic. That one is the last one. That is the second one, which is actually where it came from by coincidence. That is the fourth one. Now in theory I don't have to test this one, but it would be nice to see that it's correct. I must have made a mistake. Yes, that's what we were expecting for the middle one. Right, that should be correct. Unless I made more mistakes. But this doesn't look any different. Still don't know what this is for. Maybe that's caused the other machine in the cave to come to life? No indicator that it's alive. Let me double check. That's not the right place. Let me double check that I did all that correctly. That's the first one. That's the second one. That's the third one. That's the fourth one. Which means this really should be the correct fifth one. And it is. Right, so that's all correct. Assuming, as the game has consistently done up to this point, I'm supposed to be reading left to right. The other thing that occurs to me is this shows a circle that's been split into 8 portions, which you'd think would resemble here. But of course, unless all the batteries are in place, I don't have access to this room. I know what that key is for. Okay, I don't know. I have a strong suspicion. I bet it's for this strange shaped hole in the machine here. It is. Oh, I can adjust that one in my inventory, can't I? That's what that little moving gear is telling me. Interesting. So, closest to the handle should be brought in a bit, and actually, what does it want me to do? Probably equalize them all. Oops, didn't mean to move that one. So something like that, maybe? No? I don't know if it wants me to put them all in the middle. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I read it backwards for some reason. I think that's what I meant to do. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, okay, and I want to move this power around till it's all till it's at this level. Power. Yes, indeed. Right, what can I do to that end? What do I want to raise it to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to raise it to 10. What sized vessels do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9, 4, 12. Is that another 9? Yes. 9. Target 10. Well, I just need 5, don't I? Twice. Which shouldn't be too hard. So does that mean from there to there? Yes. So from here, actually, no, we can do it this way. From here to there. Ah, I see the problem. Now I have 8. Now it's not so easy. I love these kinds of puzzles. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Doesn't matter, they're symmetrical anyway. So if I put 9 in there, I have 3 left over. So I put the remainder in there. Now I put the 9 I just collected in there, and I put the 1 in, and we're there. Was this open all along? Or did I just open it? I honestly wasn't paying enough attention. Not the solution I saw, but that works as well. Yes, it looked like it was a sort of puzzle that would have multiple solutions. I couldn't see a quicker way to solve it after I had messed up though. That seemed like the shortest path I could see after that had happened. I'm wondering if I can turn the orange torch into a white torch using that machine. I'm also wondering what would happen if I put the blue torch in there. You know, for science. Interesting. I think I have to solve this now. I don't think I'm allowed to take it out anymore, even though it's a beautiful rose-coloured crystal right now. So you're trying to get... Yes, indeed. What am I trying to do here? I want to get to 6. That's going to be a challenge. I can see how I could get 8 in there very, very easily. But then I'd have to remove 2. Which isn't very helpful. I could just put the 9 in there. Then I'd have to remove 3. I could remove 4 easily. Now I think I managed to make a program to solve the grid puzzle. Solving it manually by logic was probably faster. Congratulations! Oh wait, I didn't do that. Ah, now I have it all in multiples of 4 rather than in here, which isn't much good. So I need to fill that one back up. That gets me 3. Then that's it, I think. Goodness. No, not again. Oh, thank you, Yisha. What am I trying to do this time? I'm trying to do 11. Oops, I did that backwards. Well, this one's challenging, isn't it? At least I'm finding it so. see, what's the difference? Between there and there, it's 5. Between there and there, what is it, 12 and 9, we'll get 3. But out of what remains, I can't make 8, I don't think. Oh no, I can. Quite easily. Because I have 4. So I just do that twice. Sorted. Goodness. White is the new orange, indeed. Oh, it won't let me put the blue one in. Think what discoveries could be made if it had just let me shove the blue torch in there. I wonder if I can get across here now. And if I take this away, it remains. Wonderful. Swamp Isles?
Look around you. This is the gift the last one who called himself an explorer left behind. Seeking power, he defiled these once sacred grounds. And I couldn't stop him. I'll carry this burden forever.
Indeed. Interesting. Oh, this is a handy little shortcut. Wonderful. Click to send signal. Interesting. Not quite sure what that's trying to tell me yet, but I suppose we should bear that in mind. Speaking of science, it would be rude not to try this. I can't tell if that's any brighter than it normally is. I can't remember if there were any other places I was specifically supposed to use the white torch, where the red torch conspicuously didn't work, other than, I assume, in the gear room. Right, I assume I'm supposed to conclude from this that the order for the batteries isn't... it's not straightforwardly left to right. Presumably I'm supposed to look at this and then figure out which ones need to be swapped. So I think the... well, that's supposed to be the first one, and it appears to have the last one. So I guess it goes 5, then which one's that? That's the second one's in the second position, which is nice. So 5, 2. Then we have... the third one in the third position, 5, 2, 3. Then the first one's in the fourth position, so 1. And then the fourth one is in the final position. So I need to sort that out. So the fifth one is in the first one's position. So first one, you need to go here. I now have the fifth one in my hand. Hold on, this is going to be easier if I... reverse this, isn't it? Because I had a list of the... I had a list of the source positions in terms of the destination positions when I wanted the opposite. I wanted a list of the destination positions in terms of the source positions, which I now have. So 1 should go there, 5 should go there, and that means I'm going to have 4 in my hand. 4 goes here, so that should all be correct now. Assuming I didn't make a mistake. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. They all appear to be in the right position. Oh my goodness. Well then. Oh, another letter.
Those couple hundred years have passed quickly. I managed to master the use of all the natural resources, including all kinds of metals and all the minerals this island had to offer. After I developed the new energy source, the pure white energy crystal, I thought that by harnessing the power of my new invention, I was capable of anything. I felt like a god. Those were the golden ages of my presence here. At that point, she tried to convince me again to leave. Naturally, I did not listen. She clearly could not understand the complexity and the importance of my work here. The great power I wish to acquire here could change the lives of thousands, if not millions of people.
Interesting. So that's, I think, every letter in the game. So we must be getting close to the end, I'd assume. What's that signaling thing? So this does accept signals then? Oh, that's a bit of luck. Woo. What have I done? Well, I've done something, that's for sure. Okay, so I need to figure out how the lenses need to be configured, is that right? That doesn't seem to do anything at present, presumably once I've got the lenses in the right position. 1, 2, 3. But there's 4 lenses. So does that raise the lenses back in? Yes. 170, 2347, 3248. Ah. Does each of them have... Yes. Each of them have bits of metal in. Presumably that's how I'm supposed to do it. Oh, and they rotate. Wonderful. Oh, perhaps rotation is the point. If I'm trying to make something that looks like that. What's the point in the edge which is only half length though? Because none of these edges are half length. This is some sort of readout. Who knows, indeed. That's not updating. Alright. Interesting that there's room for additional lenses, but I don't have any additional lenses. Nor do I seem to be able to pick up any additional lenses. I assumed initially the solution was going to be picking these up and placing them in the right position, but that doesn't look to be the case. Can I put it up there like this? Yes. And if I do that... Oh, I can go back down. And I don't get a more meaningful reading. Right, I'll be back here shortly. But I know of at least one other location which should be able to receive a signal here. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Is that the solution, I wonder? I'll make a copy of that in my physical notes as well. Easier to reference them when I'm actually doing things. Okay, let's pull this back down. So, how can we make that work? Oops. Hold on, those are coming from the outside. They're half length, but coming from the outside. I don't think that works. Because the only... There it is, there's the lever. The only example of that we saw of half lengths coming from the outside in was there, and those are at more than 90 degrees to each other. They're at 135 degrees. So that's a bit of a problem. Perhaps it's not involved in the solution then. Oh, do I get a display up there? That is really helpful. So what symbol? That's the one that's currently being made. Ahaha. Okay. Now I think we're getting somewhere. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That actually could be part of the solution. Next one. That also could be part of the solution. think. Okay. What are we missing? We need a half-size piece there and a half-size piece there. Which that doesn't offer. I think we discussed that one's probably not involved in the solution. Right, so thinking... Although due to overlapping, I suppose it could be. Saturday I have to be off to bed. Awfully sleepy. Thanks for the nice stream and again congrats on affiliate. Good night everyone, take care. What's the time? Tell you what, this isn't a bad time to finish the stream. Yeah, I'll just save the game. Has this been... That's the autosave slot, so... Wonderful. So thank you for coming everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, in which I'll be continuing with Quern. I get the feeling we're getting close to the very end of the game, and I don't have another game prepared yet to play after it, so if we end up finishing that really quickly tomorrow, I'm not sure what we'll do. Thank you for the subscriptions, Pengi and Yisha, my first ever subscribers. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for the follow, Temujin. You should be added to the thank you list, and I probably need a subscriber thank you list now, though I don't have one right now. Oops, that wasn't supposed to be in all caps. Excellent. Do I have anything else to say? Streaming on Monday as well as next Friday, so far as I'm aware. If that changes, I'll announce it on Twitter. If there's anything you'd like to see in my streams in particular, whether that be games or things that you think could be added to the stream that would make them more interesting, or things that you think I can improve about my presentation, any of that, then I have a specific thread for that on my Discord server, which everyone's welcome to. So I think that's everything. Welcome to join, I mean. So once again, thank you for coming everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.